Hello, and welcome everybody. Oh my god, what's going on? 1 sec. My PC is struggling really hard. I think it's Firefox actually. One second. Something is eating my memory like crazy. GPU. Oof. Oof. One sec. But yeah, hello Aninia, how are you doing? Hi everybody. As soon as I started the stream, a bunch of problems appeared. You're doing fine? Good to hear that. Okay, is that better? So far, yes. Really weird. Like my VTuber avatar, even though it's basically doing nothing, just moving a little bit, consumes a lot of CPU power, a lot of memory. There's nothing I can do about that. But okay. Right. So yeah, we're back to working on the server API. I did a lot of changes since the last stream. Made it actually work nicely. We actually have some nice methods, implemented authentication, proper documentation, stuff like that. But now we need to start working on the actual asynchronous events. So basically WebSocket subscriptions. So let's take a look 1 sec. Let me close all of that. I don't need that anymore. Right, and let's start with the Vault controller. Right. Okay, so I need to create a new method, a post method, world/world id/subscribe. Oh, another thing that I just noticed. One sec. That I'm still using the old table directly. This has to be going through World Manager. Then here, right. All right, I don't have a way to get all the volts. Hello, Religi. How are you doing? Right, so now that can be gone. Game data can be gone as well. You're fine and so happy? What are you happy about? Yeah, good to hear. Okay, so list of volts now should take the volts from the world manager. That's good. Also, it should pull the status from there. And then override the status based on the access level if needed. Okay, let's check if it's still working. Also, this is not the list of volts. Subscribe to all the events. How did I do that for the characters? Let's copy this. Create a subscription to the events within the scope of a specific vault. I already found everything I need to know to create a translation system in the bot. Good to hear that. Did you figure out how to do that? Like if it's possible to store the translations in the xlif files, or maybe get text PO files, that would also work. Yes, okay, good. Okay, let's try this. I'll integrate it with WebLate. That sounds good. Okay. But now, to actually do any subscriptions, the next big step, well, first of all, I need to test if this works, but next big step is actually creating the WebSocket server. This is something that I haven't done yet here. So, and that would be the server that will be used by the API server. So it will basically direct the WebSocket server what to do. Also, it will be used by login server and the vault servers. They will connect to that and they will basically send all the events and valuable information to there. Then the WebSocket server will route that information based on the directions from the API server. And it also will be used by the clients to actually receive that information. So let's see first of all if this still works. So vaults, list. So let's test this thing. All right. Okay, so that works. Now let's test with this client. Okay, that also works. So that's good. And status is set to be good. Right? Yes, good. Still would really like to have those enums like status, gender, race, to be like actual strings, but yeah, I tried to figure that out, and it looks like in .NET it's for some reason extremely complex. Or maybe I'm just understanding it like that. Maybe in the future I'll come back to that, but for now that should be good. So that works. So yeah, now let's start working on the WebSocket server. So let's close all of that. Where am I gonna create it though? I think right inside this project. So maybe create a folder, resources. Oops. Resources, then socket server, or maybe I create a separate project for that. Ymirheim server API socket. I don't want to bother with SLN for now. I had enough last time. So let's just create it here. That would be socket server. I hope preparing the API for queries, for example, from a Discord bot. Yes, exactly. So this is the the state so far. So we have quite a few endpoints. Some of them work, some of them are still work in progress. So for example, you can retrieve the list of available worlds and their statuses. You will be able to subscribe to certain events emitting from the worlds. So for example, the channel chat and stuff like that. Also for the characters, you can list all available characters for the currently authenticated user. You can get character details for one specific character, and you can subscribe to events to the character, of the character. And also the chat message, you can like send the chat message. This is still work in progress. So basically, I implemented so far everything basic that I can pull from the database directly. That correctly works with the game database and with the game data. But now I need to actually make it work with real-time data. So for example, send any chat messages or receive chat messages or update the world status. Hello, 𝙽𝙴𝚁𝙸👂. Good to see you, 𝙽𝙴𝚁𝙂 again. Good morning. Yeah, this project gets me very excited. Like last couple of days, I've been completely focused on this thing and making it work nicely. It's extremely interesting to me right now. It's like a different, don't even know what to say, different activity for me, and it's pretty exciting. So, socket server. So let's start with 𝙽𝙴𝚁𝚂 documentation. Let's make it bigger for you guys. Do they have getting started? By the way, is that the latest? Yeah, that's the latest version. Okay. October 24. Is that the latest actually? Wait. Yeah, I guess so. Okay. So yeah, Node.js. So I need to initialize a Node.js project. I wish I could remember how to do that, but that's okay. npm init. Is that it? Why was it so slow? Yeah. So npm init Ymirheim slash what would that be? I mean, it's gonna be a private package, but I wanna come up with some name anyway. So oh wait, no, that's not it. That was the starting project. I can just do npm init, or wait. I don't know, I don't remember how this works. Let's just do npm init. Package name. Yeah, socket server. No, wait. Ymirheim server API sockets. Or literally just socket server. whatever, 1.0, no description, index.js. Okay, let's see. So let's create a gitignore file. And we need to exclude that thing. Right. Additional packages allow us to efficiently perform operations such as masking and unmasking the data payload. Allows us to efficiently check if a message contains validity to F8. I don't know. By default, socket.io is the WebSocket server provided by the WS package. I'm going to speed up the work here so I can get home soon. I have a lot of work to develop on the bot today. Yeah, good luck. And yeah, thank you for stopping by. Appreciate it. There are two optional packages that will be installed alongside this package. These packages are binary add-ons which provide certain operations. Pre-built binaries are available for the most popular platforms, so you don't necessarily have to save the source file. Okay. Please note that these packages are optional. The WebSocket server will fall back the JavaScript implementation if they are not available. Let's actually save those not as optional but as normal dependencies, so I don't have to do the install with the optional flag or whatever. Hello, Kurisawa. Okay. We have that. Other WebSocket server implementations. Any WebSocket server implementation which exposes the same API as WS can be used, which is a fork of the now-deprecated UWS. Implementation allows but doesn't guarantee significant performance and memory usage improvements or default. I'm gonna bother with that later. Okay. Right. So we installed that. Now I want to run on TypeScript. Don't remember how to initialize that. Let's Google npm new node.js TypeScript project. Install TypeScript, I guess. JSconfig. Yeah. Sure. No. Do they have dependency on Express? No. Do I need Express? I think I do. Maybe I don't need that. But okay, now let's create a new file, server.ts. This is going to be our server. Or do I need to put that into src? No. If I remember correctly, I needed to register it somewhere. Oof, I don't remember. But okay, let's see, server.ts. Let's try following this tutorial. Oh my god. We don't need an HTTP server. Client certificate authentication. Oh, that's with the HTTP server. Express, honest, testify. Okay, should be good. So this should be the very minimal installation. So how can I make it compile and start? 1 sec. So I have that npx tsc. Okay. By the way, I need to exclude that as well. And now node dist dash what server js. I think it's running. Let me see. Yes, it's listening. Wow. But okay, how do I make it more user-friendly? But okay, we'll see. Have that, have that. Yeah, I want my ESLint. I want ESLint config. And I want an ESLint settings file. Okay. Oh, wait. Init configuration. Proceed.
Don't tell me you're following me. Following you?
Oh, thank you for the follow, Con Papas 9. Hi, how are you doing? I need to delete this file. This was supposed to be produced by the config command. You can call me con, okay. So, what do you want with lint? Where is the TypeScript thing? Well, I guess JavaScript. How would you like to use this lint? Check syntax and find problems. What type of modules does your project use? JavaScript, CommonJS, JavaScript modules. Which framework does your project use? Nothing. None of these. Does your project use TypeScript? Yes. Where does your code run? On Node. Would you like to install them now? Yes. Which package manager do you want to use? npm, please. There we go. This is our config. Wait, what? Okay. This is new. Okay. So yeah, did analyze. Experts is not defined. Wait, what? How do I exclude the dist? Okay. Right, let's create a src folder. src, let's put our server in there. So then we can use src/ for those things. Okay. Require style import is for bit. Why are you still analyzing dist? Oh, wait. Yes, lint src. There we go. So then that means that I did that for nothing. I need to leave it like that. Currently making an interpreter for my terminals language. Interesting. Terminals language? What's that? Okay, so socket is defined but never used. Where? Oh, there. Okay. Well, I will use it, but for now, let's comment it out. Like I have batch for CMD kind of like that. Oh, okay. So I want to add some scripts, but first let's see. Oh, actually I have that in the tutorial. So main would be src/server.ts. Then these things. So Does TSC still work? TSC. Wait, how does that work? NPM TSC? NPX? I want to double check that it actually works. Let's delete that, run it again. Yes, we have our server. Perfect. So yeah, not this server.js. It's our start lint. We're gonna have build. Yes, lint src to npm lint run lint. Perfect. And just to be sure that it's working, if I uncomment this, yes, perfect. It finds the problem. npm run build, npm run start. Okay. Should be good. And for now, I think that's gonna be enough. So we have a very simple socket server. We've set it with this. Now, I want to move these things into environment variables. So can I do new file .env server port equals 3001, for example. Wait, how do I should remember how to access environment variables. Processing. I'm so rusty. I don't remember how to work with TypeScript. And let's move it above. Okay, port 3000. So now, how do I make it use env variables? One sec. Node env file or something. What was that? Env file. Let's try. Now it should be 3001, theoretically. Yes, perfect. Okay, That's pretty minimal, but this is only thing that I need technically. Okay. Well, I would also need like authentication keys and stuff like that, but that's for later. So we have that server instance. Is there a tutorial? There was something like that. Hello, Jerem Watts. Hi. I don't remember. Haven't heard my voice in a bit? Well, now you do. So, yeah, we have a little bit limited documentation on that, I guess. Like, we have an extensive documentation, but not a tutorial. But okay, on connection. So what do I need to do? So we have the server, right? On connection, we have the socket. So we can probably already emit some welcome message to that. So we can do socket. We need to send the session ID back. That's one thing. Emit. Hello. Socket ID, if I remember correctly. Right? Right. So that's gonna be this thing. We now know our session ID. I need some way to test this real quick. There was a tutorial. Oh, tutorial. There it is. It's just in a different section. Okay, project initialization. Can I actually connect to WebSockets using this thing? I don't think I can. But okay. Yeah, I don't want to include HTTP server in here. I just need basically an HTML file, right? I don't want to serve it. Actually, I would have to do this. Crap. Unless I make a separate test. Because of course, I think. But I would need to solve it anyway. So let's just create an HTML page. Now, there was a way for this to be opened in a browser directly. I don't remember how. Well, I guess I'll just access that from the files. I sound tired. I'm not. I'm pretty good. Maybe just because I'm trying to like learn some stuff here and understand how this works. So we have the server on connection. Yeah, let's do a console output real quick. Socket AI.js. Can I serve that from a CDN? Okay. Should be something like that. In theory. Yeah, we couldn't connect. So why? Oh, I didn't start the actual server. Oh, there we go. No? Do I have to actually serve it? No, I don't think so. Oh yeah, it is blocked by course. Okay, perfect. Now I need to figure out course. Handling course. So this is server options. I believe we already have that as object. Yes. Oh, and what origin do I... Well, I guess I can enable everything for now. I think I actually need to enable everything everywhere. Right? Now, let's restart. Still doing that. Let me move this thing to the other monitor so I don't continue. Can I actually enable course for files? For file schemas? So it should be working. Am I missing something? Do I actually need to set up HTTP server? I'm missing that. Let's try it now. No, it's still doing that. So you're making a dynamic site. I'm making not a dynamic site, I'm making an API server with real-time event subscription. So basically, like you can use the API to subscribe to certain events, and you can connect to a WebSocket server to receive those events as soon as they arrive in real time. So this is what I'm working on right now. But for now, I just want to create a dummy JavaScript client so I can test stuff. But I guess I'm gonna follow this stupid tutorial then. What is the giant? Oh, okay. I don't have Express installed though, I believe. Maybe I do. So Express, create server, join. Let's put that test HTML. Yeah, here. No, wait. I don't think it's gonna work. Yeah. Yeah, I don't have Express installed. Okay. Yeah, no such file or directory. Okay. So let's move back this test to the root folder. And do it like that, I guess. There we go. Did it connect? No, it did not. What the hell, man? Shouldn't be needed for the same, basically, address. Doesn't work. Okay, let's go one by one. I'm stupid. It's on a different port. Okay, let's put it on 3000. There we go. Now it's connected. So if I now open this file directly in the browser, so now it outputs course errors, right? We uncomment that. Also, I can see a user connected. Nice. It does connect. So yeah, I definitely don't need Express here. So let's just revert all of that thing. I only need the sockets.io, and probably without even the server command like that. Let's try to run it like this. Yeah, it connects. Perfect. So I don't need Express. Let's do npm, is it remove or uninstall? Okay. You're back. Good. Yeah, okay, good. We don't have Express yet, and we only have this server without anything else. How many files does this project have? A lot. A lot. Like a lot, a lot. I can tell you. One sec. Now I'm curious. Well, that's including everything. So including binary files, stuff like that. No, it's not correct. I could do it in a different way. One sec. I could just initialize an empty Git repository. Let's do that. And it's just the server that I'm trying to calculate right now. It's excluding all the other projects that surround this whole thing and make an ecosystem. Is that... Don't remember how to do this manually. No, it's not like that. Git clone submodules. There we go. So just these files, excluding Git, excluding everything else, 2,204 files. That's just the source code for the server. So yeah, that's a lot. But it's just a piece of this whole project infrastructure. So excited about everything I'm doing to push me to be better. Nice. Taking an online training course to become a JavaScript developer and then a full stack TypeScript developer. Nice, nice, good. Why are you thanking me for this? You could have done that on your own. No problem. Does it return a promise? No. Okay, whatever. We'll just output that into the console like this. Okay, so we have that. Let's start our socket server. And let's see here. We should have received... that's our session ID. There we go. Hello and session. Actually, probably we didn't even need that because it looks like what is face? Sockets.io actually shows you your session ID. Let's go. We've sent hello message. Let me close this. Now, yeah, we have a user connected. Now what? So what do you need? I need to be able to receive events and display them on the client side, right? Emit an event. I don't want to do that right now. So what are we gonna test this on? Let's test on a channel chat, I guess. So we need... Let's emit a test message. So I need to come up with some naming for that. So worlds dot or slash dot or slash dot worlds dot. Actually, wait. How are we gonna do that? So let's say a client is connected, right? And the world is connected. The world will the world should be able to just send events without thinking about any kind of like who this should belong to or whatever. It's not its job. It will just send raw events. And then this socket server will forward those events to the concerned clients or to the API server. So how would that look like? So let's say a world notifies about a chat message, right? So and that message is not just a chat message, it's a chat, it's not just a chat message, it's a chat message in a channel in a world. So we have two identifiers, world ID and channel ID. But I'm not sure if we need to distinguish those by event types. It could be just literally worlds.chat message. And then in the data of that message, we could add some metadata. So we're gonna have like metadata and payload. Metadata would be event ID. We will duplicate that thing. What else do we need? Or even event type. Or just type. Then how do we structure that? World ID, let's for now just add some data. World ID1, channel ID1. Message type equals 4. That would be the channel message, right? One sec. Yeah, 4 is the channel. Or actually, that should be in the payload. Message type 4. Or just type message test chat message. And I want to be able to receive those events on our test client thingy that we just created and see them actually in the chat, at least as JSON objects. I don't really care about formatting, I just want to see raw events. So that's here. So socket and chat message. Where is our test thing? Socket, in our case, that would be worlds, chat message. Do I have that messages thing? Yes, I do. Okay, good. Append child item. Object. Okay, so let's do JSON stringify There we go. Metadata type, all chat message, all ID channel ID payload message. Okay. So now we can see those events in our test test page, basically. Test client. So now we need to actually be able to do something about it. So now I guess it's time to actually emit those events from the Vault server. I wish I remembered how it goes. Like what does it do with the chat stuff? But first I need to commit my changes that I did previously. Besides the API project. Because we did a lot. So we basically moved a bunch of login server database entities to the game library. Repositories. Database itself, dependency injection stuff is also there. Okay. We moved the world table as well. And yeah, users, entities, world info. Okay. We removed those from the login server. Mappings, repositories are all gone. Databases. Yeah, except we only use the user session repository directly in the login server now. Everything else is gone. World table is gone. We updated the controllers to use the new namespaces. We also moved the world metadata into a separate property, so then we can like combine the stuff. I don't like that it did world.world. How can I open the file? What the hell? Where is it? Open file. I don't like this. Like, can you... Oh, it's there. Then we have a conflict or what? Is a namespace. No, it's not. Ah, I see. Yeah, it conflicts with the world controllers. I see. Well, okay, then we can I use it like that? We moved that away. Okay. Okay. That's good. So what would that be? So that's basically login, world table and login database related files moved to the Boulder game project. Let's push that. Now this. Stage that. That's the API server. We don't care about that yet. I want to fix this file a little bit. Like that. So nothing changed much here. And that's just the API project. Okay. That's just Boulder updated. Okay, good. Now I just have the API project. For now, that's okay. Can I leave it like that? So now we need to connect to the sockets server from the Vault server. But first I need to take a look. Trying to take a look at the Boulder code base and see where would be the good point of integration. Let me close all of this. So, Vault, no chat stuff. So what do we need? Network, zone, chat controller, handle chat message. That's target ID, global chat message channel, type, sender message. Oh, I forgot about the sender. And that sender name We don't have the session ID. Let's put my name in there. So channel ID type, sender name message, target lang code. I'm not gonna integrate that yet. So we don't have any point of integration here. We need to figure out how to do that. So here I basically receive text message from my zone server meant to be broadcasted to all the other zone servers, right? This is exactly what we need, but we need to send it to the sockets. What would be a nice way to create an integration point? I mean, I can create an event in the controller. Or I can probably create a service. But what would that service do? Also, we don't have any proper objects that wrap around this data structure. And we would need that if we would create like an actual event. So let's create a folder, chat. Did I do something for the zone server? Chat event args. And where is it being used? Chat message event args. Chat message dispatcher. Okay. But yeah, this is just for a specific client. So this is when a client sends a chat message. We then try to dispatch it, and then dispatcher figures out what to do, like execute a chat command, transform it, or send it to whatever we need. This is not what I need here. But what would that be? So first of all, I need a chat message. So we have chat event args, sender message, chat message event args, message type. What else uses this thing? Chat message event. Okay. Chat whisper event args. Okay. So yeah, we need to replicate something like that on the Vault server. So this is gonna be, Yeah, let's literally do chat event args. Wait a second. Where was that? Chat controller. I mean, I can wrap all of this into an event args object, right? And I can then send it to something like chat message listener. I don't remember why we need this, like a message that is targeted to a specific player character. Why do we need this? It's not a whisper, it's a normal chat message, but directed to a specific user. I don't remember what this is. Then we have global one. So type sender message, channel line code. We have whisper. Sender ID, sender name, target name. And they will learn C++ C# too. It's a nice language, I really like it. So, can recommend. But again, depends on what is your goal, what you're gonna do with it. But yeah, it's really nice for server-side development, for web development. And it's okay for desktop development. I need to take a look. What is this? So this is supposed to be in network, world, chat, send this thing. It's not being used. Okay. Why did they create it though? Really interesting. It's literally not being used. Okay, whatever. We just need to know that it could be like that. So I need to create 3 event types. So similar to this, let's create chat event args. In world, chat, new C# class. It was just there. Yeah, this one's gonna be just a little bit different. And I think I will include the propagation stopping option. That would be an interesting, again, point of integration later. But okay, here, what do we need? Do we have sender ID everywhere? No, we just have sender name, sender name. Okay, so we do string sender name. And the message. That would be the minimal requirements for this chat event args. And this is going to be abstract. Right, then we have chat message event args. No, we need to make it similar to here. Well, okay, chat message event args. So this one. So we have type. No, wait, do we have type everywhere? No, we don't. We don't have the type in the whisper. So this one is gonna have type, sender name, message, and target ID. And then global chat message is gonna have more info. This is a bit confusing, but okay, whatever. I am gonna implement it just in case. I'm pretty sure I needed this for something. Okay, so here we also have type. So we have type, target ID, also we should be able to change all of that. Wait. Yes. Okay. Target ID. Do I need to be able to change that as well? I'm gonna just create a property. Target ID. And I would need also channel ID. That's byte, right? Yes. And lang code. Let's move this one above. Oops. Channel ID, let's make it nullable, so no, session ID can be empty. Target length code could be, well, it could be 0, right? But channel ID, wait, do we start channel IDs with 1 or with 0? I don't know. Let's make it like this for now. Now, and I need another type. I need a whisper. Chat whisper event args. And for this, we need target name, sender name, target name, message. Right, we have the events. Now we can create them here. So now we need some kind of, well, let's create those args for other things. So here that would be channel ID. And length code. Type, sender name, message, target length code, channel ID. Okay. And the last one is the whisper. Sender name, target name, message. Sender ID. Actually, no, let's make it optional. Let's make it here. Like that. Just in case. So now we need some kind of like handler for those events. How do we call it? Like literally chat event, chat message handler? Chat whisper error. I don't think I need that one. So how do we call it? Chat message handler, chat event handler. I don't know. Chat event handler. This is gonna be just a one singleton where we would have we will have what? A bunch of events. So not chat event args, but this is gonna be, let's start with whisper, that's the easiest one. on whisper. And then we need a method for this. I really don't like to do that with events, but handle whisper. Chat whisper event args. This on whisper. Something like that. Very, very simple stuff. Then we will register it here. Yeah, we need a separate services extension. Chat services. We also need to register it in the program. After the character initializer. Ah, it's not an alphabetical order even. Oh, it should be here. I get confused. Okay, we added that. Now we can add this handler to the controller. And we can handle whisper. Right, and now here we can add one feature that I'm not gonna use right now, but maybe in the future. So if args propagation stopped, then we just return. Otherwise, we continue with that. That will give me like another point of integration if I want to like process a message, for example, and like prevent it from going further, going to the target. Okay, so now I need two more events. One is global chat message. And global chat message. Chat message event args. And just a normal one on chat message. Is that even... Yeah, let's do it like that. I don't know why do they need that separate targeted message type, but that's okay. Now we need 3 more of these. Like that, and now we can just copy these lines. So this is on handle global chat message. And this one, handle chat message. Okay. So now we have a point of integration. We can now go to Ymirheim Vault server and do what? Here we actually need to create some kind of service that sends messages to the socket server. So that would be, how are we gonna call this? Like literally it could be, all of that could be within a single class that just subscribes to all the events and sends their messages. I think I will just create a single class, but first I need to actually install that in the project. And I think I'm gonna use this one. Okay. So we have that installed. Okay, this looks nice. Okay, it should be pretty simple to start. So let's just create in the root folder socket IO. How do we even call this? I don't know. Wait, that's like API server communications, right? So let's do just new folder API. Let's put new class. What would that be? API connection service. Right. Now, and this is gonna be the startup service, or how is it called? Like one of these hosted service. So something like this. I hosted service. Oh my god, where is it? Right. So it can start and can stop. We do need some configuration options for this one. But for now it's gonna be okay. Well, actually, let's do that in a very stupid way for now. Or slightly stupid way. We just need strain endpoint, remote endpoint. And the options are supplied to that thing like this. Socket.io options. No, I'm not gonna do that for now. Just the endpoint. That's all we need. Let's store that. Then start async if. Perfect. So if this is empty, then we just return. Otherwise, what? And actually, I need it here. And this is socket.io. Hell. The hell. Have a conflict somewhere again. Whatever. Client, then we have this client equals new that remote endpoint. Right. And we don't care for now about any kind of events. We just start sending stuff. We just need to start subscribing here. So we need... oh, crap. Okay, I cannot do this in a stupid way. I actually need some options. So let's do it like this. New class options. Public remote endpoint. Right. Now we supply the options here. Okay. So now we need what? Besides the options, we need chat event handler. And here we can start subscribing. So this chat event handler on global chat message. Let's test with that first. On stop, we will do this client close. It was just there. Now, how do we disconnect? Oh wait, we also have connect async. Wait. How do we work with this again? I don't remember. Actually, we don't care. We can start as soon as possible. Connect async. And stop. Do we stop? Or disconnect? Disconnect async. Okay, so then here, emit async, event name. What was that again? World chat message. Then the object. How would that serialize, by the way? Okay, perfect. It's gonna use JSON serializer. So what was the structure of that thing again? Type. World ID. How do I know the world ID from here? Just literally the world object, yeah. Channel ID. Okay, payload. type. Sender name. Actually, something like that. So it should work in theory. Wait. We also need to register that in the dependency injection. API connection services. At singleton API connection service. No. Or yes. I don't remember how hosted services are supposed to be registered. Don't think it's like this. I probably need just the options. And we need to add this to here. Like that. And we need to register. Oh, this is how. So we can just register it there in the container, I guess. And then in the program, oh yeah, okay, I remember now. This is what I was struggling with when I was trying to register a hosted service for a service that's already registered in the dependency injection container. It was breaking, so I created this extension method. Okay, perfect. Right. Let's test. How do we test? Oh my god, I have so many things running. So I need gateway server. Right, what am I doing? Gateway server, integrated terminal. I need login server, vault server. zone server. So are we still connected? I don't know, but I guess we are. Oh, we can just refresh. Okay, we are connected. Probably should have started with something like login server. Oops. User session repository is not there. Like I have an idea why, but wait. Where's my dependency injection configuration? Here. Oh no, it's not in the Ymirheim server, it's in here. Database. Entity mapping. And the repository. Why is it missing though? So the database itself get moved to here. Add repository factory. Login database. Repositories, get services, TP repository factory. Login database. Why is it missing though? I think I added it to the program though. Yeah. So login server services, I have this thing. It registers this. Let's try again. Maybe something else was, yes, something else was pulling the login database before I registered that service. Weird, but okay. Okay, login server is running. Vault server. Okay, so this is running and it should have connected. Oh, here I didn't see which one of the users is that, but yeah, I need the zone server as well. And then just try to send a message. Sec. So in theory, it should work, but no, it's not gonna work. not gonna work because I'm not forwarding those messages to other clients. So I need... Oh. Okay, this needs to be changed a little bit. But yeah, on this thing, we need to emit or broadcast that message. But first, let's just at least log it into the console. Wait. How do I handle messages again? On the server side. So I should see 2 users connected. Okay. 2 users are connected. And then see this thing. Wait, where is this coming from? With sender name. Oh, I just added the sender name. This is just the hello message, effectively. Okay, let's try to debug this real quick. It would be the easiest way, I guess. So, where is the chat controller? Global message. Right. Touch to alt. Okay. So I have that channel me test. Okay. What happens? I forgot to... Okay. So we have that client. It is connected. Should emit. I don't know. Why don't they see it? Did it disconnect just now? Oh, I don't know what's going on. No, that's on the receiving side. Wait. Ah, wait. When the socket is connected, then I can register the socket event. Ah, I'm stupid. Totally forgot about that. It's not on IO level. It's on the socket level. Whoops. Stop the old server instead of the NPM thing. 1 sec. So now I should see this in the chat, theoretically, hopefully. So channel. Yes. So this is now coming from the actual Vault server, from the actual chat. Where's my zoom? There is my zoom. So this is now actually working. Now we need to broadcast that to the clients. This is just a test. I can remove it, by the way, I don't need it. So here in chat message, now we need to, for now we're gonna broadcast that to everyone. Later we will figure out the rooms and stuff like that. Broadcasting. Okay. So let's restart. And now we have the messages appearing in real time. As I'm typing in the game, we have these messages coming into this test client. Okay, so that works. That works. What would happen if the socket server die and I type something in chat? Nothing. Okay, now we restart. Does it use some kind of queue or whatever? So at least it automatically reconnects. But yeah, I don't see my messages, which is okay. We just lost them. And I'm not gonna use any kind of like queue on the server side, game server side. Let's just check that we continue receiving messages. Yeah. This is awesome. So this is cool. Now what? Now I need to figure out how to route all of this thing. Also, probably I don't need to have like this, each kind of event, each type of event as a separate message type on the socket server. I can probably have this like, having like notify event or something like that. And then figure out what to do with that based on the metadata, for example. But okay, how do we do this? I assume we don't need hello, at least with sockets.io, because I can probably connected or what? Connection? Wait, this is a different API. Client socket instance on connection. No, that's server side. On connect. On connect. Socket ID. There we go. So yeah, we do receive socket ID right away. It's already integrated into sockets.io. So we can do I can just output that into the chat right away. And disconnect. Connect it with AD. We receive stuff. Disconnect. Disconnected and defined. So we don't have the socket ID and disconnect anymore. Okay. So now we bring the server back up. Okay, perfect. So now we need to operate based on these IDs. So for example, when we connect to a socket, it's just gonna stay there. It's not gonna receive any events by default, at least. Then I would need to use the API to subscribe this socket instance to certain events. So for example, world events. When I do that, oh yeah, the API server needs to connect to the sockets as well. Well, we need to tackle that one by one. One sec, I'm gonna close everything that I don't need. Yeah, this works. Maybe I can create like more concrete structures. By the way, did it serialize it in lowercase? No, it's uppercase. Okay, where was that configuration documentation? This is deserialization. I need like lowercase. I need the properties to be converted to lowercase. Can I do that? Maybe encoder is what I need. And escape and strings. Property name and policy. This is 100% something that I need. Kebab case, and is that the one that I need? How is it called? It's not snake case, is it? Wait, why does it say that you don't have enough points for lurk? This is weird. Can you try to redeem anything else? It's 100% because of the naming change. It's just weird that it's doing that. Let me check. So you do have points on the leaderboard. It's weird that it doesn't let you purchase anything. What the hell? Let me try to give you like one more point. Can you try again, please? Aninia, can you please try the lurk command once again? It works on me. Really weird. So kebab casing is with the dash. Snake is with underscore. Camel case. But I need camel case with that starts with lowercase. What the hell? Like I need first letter to be lowercase. Oh, camel case is that. I don't know that. Then what is the default? There we go. This is what I wanted. Okay. Now to the routing, I guess. I have no idea how to set it up properly. So, what do we need? We need to create a room. First of all, no, we need to create a like scope, or how is it called? In the server. No. Tutorial maybe. Or examples. No, wait. there is like path on each server. I need to use that to connect different types of clients. This is not useful. This one off. What is this? Make all socket instances in the room 1 of the admin namespace. So those are namespaces. There we go. So I need the namespaces. Namespaces. So each namespace has its own event handlers, its own rooms, middlewares. Okay. So, yeah, I need that. So I need 3 namespaces. So I need const client namespace. But wait, main namespace. Until now, you interacted with a main namespace called slash. Yeah, instance inherits all of its methods. Uh-huh. Okay, maybe this main namespace will be for the client. Something like this. Then we will have what we will have. Do we create separate namespace for the world and separate for the login, or do we combine those? Let's separate them for now. World namespace, login namespace, and API namespace. Let's put API first. Login and then world. Okay. Each namespace has its own event handlers, rooms, and middlewares. So we can use the middlewares for authentication, rooms to subscribe to different events. And connection. Yeah, literally for authentication we can do this. And on the client, we just choose this. So for our world server, here, no, not here. We can literally set it in the endpoint options. I guess we'll do, no, wait. This endpoint is gonna be here. And in addition to that endpoint, we will also include /world. So we can reuse the same endpoint option for every component that we want. Here we will just append exactly what room we need. Right. Then client is already on the client namespace. Like it's on the default, right? Then let's distinguish them. So namespace on connection. Let's actually name it client namespace. New client connected. Right. Then we don't listen to any events to it at all. It will only receive the events, and we need to then remove this console log because that's gonna be dangerous. Or what we can do is we can make it what's the environment node? If I remember correctly, let me double check. Not env. Okay, so that's it for the client namespace. Clients cannot do anything else at all. Then let's do world namespace. World namespace, new world connected. Then what are we gonna do? I'm not gonna separate different event types. I can literally just call that. Let me copy this. So this will be on event. Again, wait, this is going to be again for this. Old event from whatever, and we use JSON stringify there, old event, and then we need to actually deconstruct it. We need to deconstruct it into two things. Oh my god, how do I do this? I forgot. Metadata and payload. Yeah, this is why I need to deconstruct this into two separate objects. Metadata should describe the event itself and who it may concern. And the payload is what we send. So what do we do? The metadata probably gonna contain different types based on different type of message, different arguments, I guess, fields, properties. One sec. I want to try to maybe get inspired by the Twitch API. They have an interesting API, the event sub API. So this is how their subscription looks like. Type of event, condition, transport. Well, that's the subscription. Multiple subscriptions. How do we receive? WebSocket events. Metadata, message ID type, message timestamp. Notification message. Subscription type. Subscription message version. Channel chat message. That's the webhook. Okay, so they literally have basically no information. Message type, notification, subscription type, channel follow, and they have everything else in the payload. I don't think this is how I can do this. The ID that uniquely identifies the message. Do we have message IDs here? I think 𝙽𝙀𝚂 actually manages that. I'm not sure. We'll see later. For now, let's focus on the actual structure. The type of the message, which is set to notification. Timestamp. Subscription type, the type of event sent in the message. The version number, okay. Then payload. Payload subscription. This is subscription to the event. The ID that uniquely identifies the subscription status, type, channel follow, condition. How do they check conditions? Yeah, looks like they are looking into the event data. The event's data condition. The condition under which the event fires. For example, if you request a notification when a broadcaster gets a new follower, the subject contains the broadcaster's ID. For information about the condition's data, say subscription types. I would need to make it in a different way. I need to easily distinguish those conditions. So my idea was that we separate everything that identifies the type of message and where it goes. So for example, let me uncomment this for now. For example, we have characters, chat, characters, chat, whisper, something like that. Actually, this should be like event, right? This is what we decided, yeah. Maybe it could be like a notification. On notification, no, not on event. Call that event. Character whisper, and here we will have different conditions. Here we will have, where is the whisper? Sender ID, sender name. target name, right? Or no? We will have the same here and then message. Okay, how do we identify this event? Not looking into payload, but only in the metadata to distinguish that this is a whisper to a specific character. So we probably don't care about the sender name unless we want to listen for the whisper coming from our character, which is a little bit counterintuitive, but it could be. And I don't actually see the actual character ID. Oof. I need the character ID here. And I don't have that. I have session ID of the sender, and I have the target name. Okay, I do have it somewhat, but I need to move this event closer to here. What's going on with the format and what the hell? Wait, what? Weird. But okay, so now here in this session, I should be able to have character ID. Yes. So I have the target character ID if the target is online. Oof. Okay, so we theoretically have the target character ID here, right? We don't have the sender character ID. And it's easy to do that. Again, it's... What the hell? It formats this stuff really weirdly. So this is sender... Wait, get, drag it by session ID. Sender ID out, sender session. We can put the args above. So we have source character ID. Not source, sender. Sender character ID. What's wrong? It does contain. Stupid thing. Okay, and then here we do the same for the target. Target character ID. Okay, so we have that information. What about global chat message? Sender name, let's do also sender character ID maybe. Do I need that? I don't think I do. And here again we move that down to here and we do args target. Wait, I don't have that. Something like that. And this is global. This one is not directly to any characters. Good. I mean, I could extract that from, oh, I only have sender name. Well, still I could do that. But doesn't really matter. That should be enough. So I can actually do it like this. Sender ID, sender character ID is 1, for example. Target character ID 2. And then in the payload, well, we can include that as well. We don't need that. And message. So if we have a structure like this, then maybe we can subscribe subscribe to the event. We can subscribe to the event of this particular type for specific target character ID. Only that. How did I do that? Where is the condition? Subscription types. And each condition is different here. Okay, I think this is what we're gonna do. And I will also probably later include something like AD. Oops. AD timestamp, right? Something like, 1201 dot, something like that. So we would have something like this. I would rather move, like, this is the portion that's gonna be different for different types of events, right? So this is gonna be maybe conditions. No. Arguments. Or filters, or no. Like, those are the values for filtering, but how else can we call those? Conditions under which the event fires. Then we can compare portions of conditions when the type is met. Probably this is gonna be our structure of events. Cost? Is this a paid APA or what? Then the payload is gonna be the actual event data. Yes, let's do it like that. So that means, let's comment this out because this is not actual thing that I'm gonna use. So we have on event metadata and payload. So we need to, how are we gonna do this? I was thinking about something easier, like to create a room that includes the type and the conditions. Let me delete this. This is not what I'm gonna use. So create a room that contains type and condition. And then just push those events. Like, let's see, like we create a subscription. When we create a subscription, we basically assign a socket to a room named like this thing then _1_1 or something like that. But there could be that we don't know or don't care about the sender character ID, we only care about the target character ID, right? But yeah, my idea was that we just assign a socket to a room. We don't do any conditions. The socket.io will actually do all the checks. But yeah, we assign the socket to a room called like that. That would be our subscription. And we push all the events there. And the socket will just receive it. Not sure if that's a good idea though. What else? What other events can we have? Like a friend login, right? And that's directed to a specific character. Wait. This can be much easier. We have the type, right? This is base of our room name. So room name is gonna be consistent of metadata.type, then let's say double underscore just to be safe. Then we can emit two events. Like one event directed to the sender, one event directed to the target. Okay, when a person logs in, we would need to subscribe to I don't know. Let's say a guild member logs in, right? We send, again, something like that. Characters guild login. And the conditions would be the guild ID. No, that's bad. Because after you subscribe to that guild events, theoretically, you could be like kicked out from a guild, right? Then that means that you still have the subscription to the chat of that guild. I need the events actually directed to specific users of a guild. So when somebody in the guild logs in, I guess we create an event for every guild member to notify that their guild member logs in. This is not so optimal. And the subscriptions would actually look like... Let me read on the rooms. Maybe that's a dead end. Where can I see the rooms? Okay. Wait, emit an event. Oh yeah, okay. Rooms. A room is an arbitrary channel that sockets can join and leave. It can be used to broadcast events to a subnet of clients. Join and leave. And we can join. You can call join to subscribe the socket to a given room. Then simply use to or in. They are the same when broadcasting or emitting. Or exclude. Can also emit several rooms at the same time. Union is performed. You can also broadcast to a room from a given socket. My question is, how are they implemented? Like, if I emit events into non-existent room, does that create a room? Yeah, something like this. And yeah, I guess colon is a better separator in this case. The room feature is implemented by what we call an adapter. This adapter is a server-side component which is responsible for sorting and relationships between the socket instances and the rooms, broadcasting events to all or a subset of clients. You can find the code of the default in-memory adapter here. Basically, it consists of two maps: socket ID, set of rooms, room socket ID. Colon socket join will result in the socket IDs adding the room to the set identified by the socket ID. In the rooms map adding the socket ID to the OK. Those two maps are then used when broadcasting. A broadcast to all sockets loops through the socket ID maps and sends packets to all the sockets. Okay. Broadcast to given room loops through the set and the rooms map and sends packet to all matching sockets. What happens if there is no room registered? Those objects are not meant to be directly modified. You should always use join and leave. Multi-server setup rooms and session IDs, socket IDs. Objects are not shared between the socket AS servers. A room may only exist on one server and not on another. Oh. Create room, delete room. Okay. They mentioned the code somewhere. Right. in memory adapter. List of rooms in the options. This apply options. Rooms. For each room. Okay, so it doesn't create anything when you just send events. That's good. So maybe we can use that as a sort of a filter. So let's say, yeah, probably this guild chat message, for example, event would be the most complex one because guild ID can change after you subscribe. So what we're doing is yeah, just because it can change, I would have to send events for every member of the group. It could be like an event splitting logic. So for example, a world server only has to send one guild chat message event that includes guild ID. What if we fetch the list of members in a guild using the API server from the database, for example, and then listen to the change events later to modify those subscriptions? Maybe that would be better. And then we can actually subscribe a socket to a specific guild, right? And when, for example, character leaves a guild, that sends an event from world to theoretically the API server. API server sends the notification to this socket server to unsubscribe. Wait. It will probably try to find the subscriptions for a given guild and refresh them or something like that. Or we literally create events per each thing, per each type of event. Okay, what about private messages? So A private message is sent and we receive literally this. Literally this. So it's gonna be like chat whisper. And then well, one thing certain is I definitely want to convert subscription conditions and subscription itself to just a single string to be used as a filter, aka as a room number in sockets.io. This is probably going to be the most efficient way. The problem is, like, uncertain events like this, like we have a chat whisper and we would like to send this message to both the source, if they are subscribed, and the target. So the source sees their message that they're sending, and the target sees the incoming message. But to do that, we would have to split the event in two. And I'm not sure that the socket server needs to be concerned about how to split them. Or maybe we incorporate that in the message structure, so we will have like two different conditions of the same event. Because some conditions may be considered as AND operation, some as OR operation. So to distinguish them, maybe we create conditions like plural version. Also, I need a world ID in here. So yeah, like here, for example, this could be one approach. Then we could have conditions, which would be like an array. Like that. And in both cases, this concerns one of the parties. And if we do it like this, then we can build a single thing based on the conditions, like just by serializing each condition and appending it to the message type. This could be interesting. I think this would be the best approach. So we have the metadata type, and then for each condition, yes, we're gonna send the same message, into different rooms per each condition, combining the type with the conditions. Okay, how do we do that? So we do we also need to distinguish from the events that don't have any conditions. So if metadata conditions length more than 0, then we compose the room name like this for each. How do you do this in TypeScript properly? With the for each method, I don't want to. Oh, here we go. For of, okay. For const condition of. Wait, what? Yeah. Of metadata conditions. We construct the room name like that. Should I actually use JSON stringify for this? I guess so. That would be the easiest and I think the safest solution. To just stringify this condition. And then I have that room name. Wait, I also want to tackle the condition where we don't have any conditions. Then the room name would literally be just the type. What's wrong? What do you want? Never used. Okay. I probably just need to create a data structure for the metadata, the type. But okay, have the room name. Can I send to multiple rooms in a single call? To multiple rooms. No, I need to call it 222. Okay. So we do IO. No, not IO. Now we need the actual client's namespace to room name emit. Let's do event. Emit event. And we push the whole event to there. Or do we need just the effective conditions? I don't see why we would need to hide this, to be honest. Unless, like, literally we send a chat message to a guild, which then gets transformed to a bunch of conditions. I don't know. We will see later. I think for now this is good. And the same here. Oh, we can actually send this to multiple rooms. That means that we can build those rooms. Target rooms equals that. Then we move that to here to target rooms. And then here we do target rooms, push this. And this. Oh yeah. Okay. We can technically construct the metadata separately with separate condition for each thing, but I think we just send a single event to the target rooms that contains all the conditions. Is it 4 a.m. where I live? No. Why do you ask? It's currently 8 p.m. Okay, so this theoretically can be all the routing logic that we need. Then being shown at the stream. Oh, that's the stream uptime. This is how long I've been streaming today. Which reminds me I need to go soon. But for now it's okay. Oh, and this is, I don't need this. I also need to update my test page so it listens to an event, every event that we receive. Makes total sense. I hope so. Okay. So this theoretically should be it. Then just to test if this is actually working, when a client connects, I'm gonna subscribe it to what? Characters chat whisper, colon. And then it's gonna be weird. It's gonna be something like this. world ID one. Actually, I'm not sure how it's gonna look, so let's do it like this, plus JSON stringify. So that's gonna be whisper, and then we also gonna have world chat, message, world ID, channel ID. And type, I guess. Oof. As you can see, we're making solid progress at this API implementation. Yeah. It's beginning to take a shape. So wait a second. When we subscribe to Vault, I don't have that. I don't have the actual event here. What was I thinking? Oh, send chat message. This is what I was thinking about. Type and message, and we send it to Vault from a character ID. Okay. So Vault channel type. Channel. Channel is missing here. But that's okay. Maybe I don't need channel here. You just filter out channels. No, I don't know. Maybe I do need the channel. Like again, that's the thing. What if I want to subscribe to every channel, or I want to subscribe to a single channel? Also, we don't have the channels. I need to add it here. Status, public, and channel count. And I also need to add that to the actual world. And by default, we will set it to 1 for now. But later it needs to be changed to 0. Update to info from sockets. Oops. I was updating the actual world. Okay. Okay, whatever. Back to our problem. So now in channel count, I can create subscriptions to various channels. Is that a good idea or not? What if I want to subscribe to every channel without actually trying to retrieve, like subscribe to each specific channel? And let's say the number of channels changes over time. So I've subscribed to 3 channels, for example, and then a 4th channel is created. So I then see the messages. Channel ID is not going to be part of that. It's going to be part of the payload. So then you can just filter out based on the payload. But you subscribe to messages for world and type. Yes. Okay, good. Right, so now we subscribe the user to the whisper and to the chat message. Now we need to update our service that it generates a proper thing. So we have type. I need to update how it looks like. Vault chat message. That's the type. And then those are gonna be conditions. I don't think I can do it like this. On the dynamic types. Oh, maybe I can. Or maybe I can't. Hello, though. Yeah, I can't do it like this. I need to actually create the structure. So this is gonna be API event. And I also need API event metadata. This is gonna contain public string type. And it's gonna also contain public object array conditions. Whatever. So type conditions, what else did they imagine? AD timestamp. AD, I don't know how to generate this kind of stuff. Like we can do UUID, but I don't want to do that because I'm afraid it's gonna load the server. Maybe not. Let's do timestamp. Public date time offset timestamp equals UTC now. So now event will contain public API event metadata. Public object payload. Like that. Yeah, messengers the ID, and I'm not sure if I want to have it. Okay. So now we have that. Now we go back to here. So now this. Can I now use dynamics here? Hopefully. Why is it still highlighting? Where, comma, where? Here. Thank you. Style cop is not happy about that, but whatever. And then payload. Emit event. So now, wait. Now I need... I have character ID, right? So payload, I don't need the type. Or do I? That's the chat message type. And I don't have the event for that, but okay. Chat message type, sender name, message name. What else do I have here? Channel ID, yes. Can I do it like this with the type conversion? No. Target line code. Well, let's add it. But okay, no, not gonna add it because I need to rework that part. But we have type, channel ID. Let's move channel ID above. Type. Then we have the message. Sender name and message. Yes, this is gonna be our global chat message. Let's also do the same for on Whisper. Chat Whisper. And this is gonna be what? Characters chat Whisper. Conditions. Conditions is gonna be world ID and character ID, right? And we would have multiple of those. So world ID equals this world ID. What's wrong with you? No. World ID character ID equals args sender character ID, and we will have another condition for target character ID. We set those, right? In the whisper, sender, target. Yes. Have the conditions. Oh, by the way, I forgot about timestamp equals... Oh, it's gonna be created automatically. Yes, okay, good. So we have that, and then in the payload, we need to have sender character ID, sender name. Keep using colon. Oh. Sender character ID, sender name, target character ID, target name. And message. And I need to register it. Also need to rename the event. And chat whisper. Characters chat whisper. Yes, old ID character ID. I think this is it. So now stop the world, start the world, stop the node, start it. So now as soon as a client connects, we subscribe it to these test events. And we should theoretically receive those. When the world connects, we subscribe to its events. An event, we should see this. And we should see that it gets sent to the correct rooms. Theoretically, that should work. Let me test. Well, I don't see it here, but we should see something. Okay, world event, world chat message, conditions, world ID, channel ID, world ID 1, channel ID 1. Not channel, type. We decided to exclude the channel. Should be like that. Yeah, it should like literally be serialized into this thing. Let's test. disconnected. We crashed? Or what? Huh, disconnected. Something weird is going on. Why do we get disconnected? So new old connected, new client connected. Let's restart the client. So AAAF, yes, that's us. Disconnected. All chat message. All AD, all chat message. Colon. All AD1. Interesting. Why is it disconnected? Do we receive anything? We did receive something. Okay, let's see. Let's clear all of that. Let's try to send one more test. I didn't see anything. That's the message. We did receive it, but why did the connection close? I don't see any errors. The server didn't crash. What the hell? But yeah, I do have it here. All chat message. Payload. That's my message. Huh. What? I do receive it, but I get disconnected. I don't know. I will debug it later. Right now, I need to go. So, I'm gonna call it a day. Although, if you're guys interested, in 20 minutes, we're starting a movie watch together session on Discord. So, if you want, you can join. We're gonna watch a comedy movie. So, Yeah, I'll see what's going on there later. It looks like it's almost working, but for some weird reason it disconnects from the server and doesn't display the message. I blame the actual client side for that. I'm not sure what's going on there. But yeah, this is it for today. I'm not gonna rate anybody right now. I literally don't have any time for that. So yeah, thank you everybody for watching. I hope you have a nice day. Hope to see you next time. Bye bye.